Of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Commission on Appointments, the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll of the members.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Vice Chairperson Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Representative Ferginel G. Biron, MD, Senator Christopher Bong Tigo, Senator Lauren Legarda, Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Representative Jose Gay G. Padjernos, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Members Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Senator Grace Poe,
Present.
Representative Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Cynthia A. Villar, our ex-officio members, Vice Chairperson, Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villaferte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The chairperson is present.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. With 7 members present in person, including the chair, and 4 members present online, with a total of 11 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. The chair acknowledges the presence of Senators Amy Marcos, Risa Ontiveros, JV Ejercito, Congressman Guico, Malapitan, and Pimentel. The good one?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the meeting held on May 31, 2020, and consider same as approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting and consider the same as approved. Is there any objection? There being none, the reading of the minutes of the meeting held on May 31, 2023 is dispensed with, and the same is considered as approved. Esteemed members of the Commission on Appointments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This morning, the body will consider the nominations and ad interim appointment of the following 3 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs, namely, number 1, Philip Jones Luillier, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Spain, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Principality of Andorra, with the salary and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 1. Number 2, Mersol, how do you pronounce this? Mersole Hala Millejor, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Benin, Burkina Faso, the Republic of Cameroon, the Central African Republic, the Republic of Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, the Gabonese Republic, the Republic of the Gambia, the Republic of Ghana, Republic of Liberia, Republic of Sierra Leone, and the Togolese Republic. And the ad interim appointment of Raquel Rayel Solano, Chief of Mission Class 2. Madam Secretary, please inform the body of the compliance of the jurisdictional requirements pursuant to the rules and other relevant information pertaining to the 3 nominations and ad interim appointment under consideration. Before that, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Nancy Binay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Honors, on June 5 and July 17, 2023, your Secretariat received the respective nominations and ad interim appointment of the 3 foreign affairs officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs. Their nominations and ad interim appointment were duly referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs by the Commission Chairperson and Senate President Juan Miguel Mix F. Zubiri, pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Likewise, Mr. Chairperson, Your Honors, the nominations and ad interim appointment under consideration were published on June 8 and July 19, 2023, in two newspapers of general circulation, Manila Standard and the Manila Times, and on the same dates, the same were broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. The Commission Secretariat has not received any opposition against any of the nominees and appointees under consideration today. Mr. Chairperson, on August 4 and 5, 2023, the Secretariat received letters from the DFA HRMO Assistant Secretary Christopher Montero dated August 2 and 4, 2023 respectively, addressed to the committee chairperson, Senator Estrada, requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of Ms. Raquel R. Solano and Ambassador Luillier in today's confirmation hearing. They are, however, present online to answer inquiries from the members. Mr. Chairperson, Ambassador Luillier, in a letter dated 2 August 2023, likewise requested for the waiver of the submission of documentary requirements. The nominee, Ambassador Melejor, and the appointee, Ms. Solano, have each complied and submitted complete mandatory documentary requirements pursuant to Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. That is all, Mr. Chairperson, Your Honors.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that the letter of DFA HRMO Assistant Secretary Christopher Montero dated August 4 and 5, 2020 addressed to the committee chairperson, Senator Estrada, requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of Ms. Solano and Ambassador Luillier be approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Likewise, Mr. Chair, I also move that the request of Ambassador Luillier contained in the same letter from the DFA HRMO Assistant Secretary Christopher B. Montero, requesting for a waiver of the submission of the documentary requirements for the reasons stated therein and as reported by Secretary Villarica be approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Madam Secretary, please administer the oath to the nominees and the appointee,
Please stand and raise your right hand.
including those online.
Those online, please open your microphone so that the committee will hear your response. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you God.
Yes.
Those online, please respond.
Yes, I do.
You see, Ambassador Luillier.
Ambassador?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
No,
Mr. Chairperson,
si
all,
Ambassador Luillier.
yes.
Meron na?
Yeah, he responded. Mr. Chairperson, all the nominees and appointee are now under oath.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. May I call on Mersole Hala Melejor? Please take the designated seat in front. Yeah. Mr. Melejor and the other nominee and appointee online are now ready to respond to members' queries. Any member who wants to ask questions? Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions both for Ambassador Melejor and Ambassador Luillier. So I'll begin with Ambassador Melejor.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po, Mr. Ambassador.
Magandang umaga din po, Your Honor.
Apo. Sir, you have been appointed to serve as our representative to a number of African countries, including Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and Cameroon. In the Senate, we recently filed a resolution urging the government through the DFA to call on China to respect the decision of the Permanent Court of Arbitration decision in our favor. So as part of that, we discussed filing a resolution before the UN General Assembly, among many other options. So this decision, that at the PCA, among others, invalidated the territorial claims of the Chinese government in the West Philippine Sea, embodied in the so-called 9-dash line. Some people are of the opinion that such a resolution, if and when government through DFA would bring it before the UNGA, would not pass because of the amount of support China has, particularly in Africa, but also in South Africa and in the BRICS countries. Of course, medyo nag-iba ng position ngayon ng India. And according to statistics from Oxford University, China has become Africa's biggest bilateral lender. holding over $73 billion of Africa's debt in 2020 and almost $9 billion of private debt, so that 12% of the debt burden on the continent is owed to China and Chinese lenders. So this is a very challenging diplomatic environment, and we'd like your ideas on how you would approach this. So first of all, Mr. Chair and Mr. Ambassador, how much influence does the Chinese government have in the region of Africa? And what are the factors affecting the amount of influence the Chinese government can actually wield?
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the notion that China wields a very strong influence in Africa, and in particular in the jurisdiction that I'm supposed to take over, which is West Africa. Well, it's all over the news, but the situation on the ground could be different, Your Honor, because what is publicized is the fact that China is offering lots of loans, financial support. But we have to understand that these are loans are just a facet of the activities and priorities of these countries. Now, when it comes to, you mentioned about resolutions, the Philippines has, in West African countries under jurisdiction of the Philippine Embassy in Abuja, we have a very strong history of mutual support. And in fact, these countries are very supportive of Philippine candidature in international organizations. Now, when we seek votes for our candidatures, there's also an element of what we call in diplomacy a QPQ arrangement. Like you support us in the future, you support us also if there's something that we need. So it's really difficult to have a general assessment that just because China is offering these loans and support to these countries, we surmise that they will also be going to that direction when a decision has to be made in the international arena. And if I may add, it falls upon us diplomatic representatives to make our case known, why we are pursuing a resolution. So it's really in a case-to-case basis. But if we're given the marching orders to seek support for any Philippine initiative in the international arena, I think that's a job cut out for us. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Chair. Very well said po. I appreciate the good ambassador's candor. And para sa akin, importante din kasi patuloy yung kahit public education among Filipinos at kahit sa aming mga mambabatas about the different African countries, the continent, and yung ating foreign relations with them. So thank you for that, Mr. Ambassador. Now, speaking still in general terms, and of course without disclosing information that would warrant an executive session, how do you plan to build and strengthen the international consensus in favor of our territorial claims over the West Philippine Sea in Nigeria and the rest of Africa, particularly the countries over which you would be representing our country? And what would be the best course of action to build support for our contemplated or governments through the DFA's contemplated more assertive actions before various international fora, including but not limited to the UN General Assembly?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we have to start with a modest objective, and that is knowing that, of course, we should not discount the fact that China has influence. I think the first step would be to make our position known and to explain why this is our position. We're in a position to do that because as diplomatic representation in those countries, we can always seek audience with key officials. So I think we have to start with a modest objective, and that is precisely to make our position known on this particular issue. Kumbaga sa Tagalog ay dahan-dahan lang po. But obviously not losing sight of the fact that we are supposed to seek the support of these countries. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Gusto ko po yun, yung to start with a modest objective. At least po realistic tayo, grounded, and confident na kahit itong modest objective, nakatuntong sa prinsipyo natin at yung mga nakamit na natin on the international scene. So salamat po. Now, approaching the same issue but from another angle, what would be the best way to, for example, impose, for lack of a better word, diplomatic and economic costs on the Chinese government for harassing our vessels in our very own exclusive economic zone? How could you, as our ambassador to Nigeria and all these other countries in Africa, advance our vital national interests in the continent?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have to look at it in a way that many of these countries are signatories of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. And just like any other country, they want to be seen as one who abide by this very important international agreement. And without, of course, pointing fingers, we can always reiterate also our desire to have these provisions observed. Because in diplomacy, it's not always a good way to be confrontational. There are always ways to approach it, flanking strategy, what we call it. We have to build a consensus through repetition of our position, because there's a adage before that when you keep repeating something, at a certain point in time, the other party will believe it. Now, the side of the law is with us. The ruling has already been given. It's only that we have difficulty pursuing the ruling because of certain factors that are beyond our control. The circumstances are difficult. But we just need to be consistent. And as part of that big organization, which is big entity, which is the Philippines, and as part of the DFA, I think it's our job to keep repeating our position on this. As I mentioned, the law is with us. So I think we cannot go wrong with that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Chair, I fully agree with you. And importante din yung sinabi nyo na we have to keep building that and broadening that international consensus. And as you said, even without pointing fingers at every moment, but building that consensus, for example, on the principle of the rule of law, tulad sa lupa, sa katubigan din. So thank you, Mr. Ambassador. To my last question, a couple of years back, a resolution sponsored by Norway vis-a-vis the obligation to protect human rights defenders passed in the UN General Assembly, despite vigorous objections from the Chinese government. And interestingly, not all of the Chinese government's presumed Belt and Road allies in Africa voted against it. So bumoto rin po sila sa isang resolution na nagkampanya ang China laban doon, nag-object siya. So in that very interesting and ultimately successful process, what dynamics were at play?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just trying to share my assessment. It goes to show the dynamic nature of international relations, that there's no one fits all assessment. Because as I mentioned earlier, these are sovereign countries, and sovereign countries relish the fact that they can make consultative and independent decisions. So not all countries would like to be seen that, I'm kowtowing to this particular, just because some are influential. So this goes to show that international relations at play is very dynamic. And in fact, that would provide us hope that even in the most dire circumstances that you will not have a chance to win something, there's always a chance. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador and Mr. Chair. I really appreciate yung mga responses ng ambassador sa mga tanong ko. And I appreciate it also because I appreciate them, the responses, because I think that's a winning attitude on the part of the Philippines na may tagumpay na tayo sa The Hague. And though starting with modest objectives, we should really continue to build the international consensus around us or behind us, and confidently take those wise steps forward to really secure the national interest more and more in the coming years. So maraming salamat po, Mr. Ambassador, and advance congratulations.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Your Honor.
Senator Risa. Before that, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our Majority Leader, Congressman El Rey Villaferte. Ambassador, ilan ba mga Pilipino sa Nigeria?
As of the last report, Your Honor, 3,250 Filipinos po tayo, land-based.
What about the rest of the African countries that you're supposed to represent?
Aside from, in addition to Nigeria, Your Honor, we have also close to 2,000 Filipinos in Ghana, and then we have also in Liberia, but the rest, there are less than 100 Filipinos in each of these countries.
Would you know the nature of employment and professions of our migrant workers in West Africa?
Thank you, Your Honor. The majority in Nigeria would be some professionals because they are employed in the oil industry. And then there are also service sector workers, and not a sizable number spouses of
No
African nationals.
domestic helpers.
Only a few employed by diplomatic missions, Your Honor.
How do you compare the culture of Nigeria to the culture of here in our country?
Well, thank you for that question. Because Nigeria mirrors the Philippines in terms of people's attitude. It's a democratic country.
But
It's
not
sec-
the color.
So, it's very secular, Your Honor, and people are free to.
Sometimes daw sabi ni Senator Nancy.
So, more or less, Your Honor, they mimic the way the Filipinos behave. So, because it's really a free country, and people are, well, probably in some areas in the north where security is an issue, and there are also some hardline fundamentalists there. So that's a different story. But generally speaking, Nigeria is reflective of the environment in the Philippines, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Greg Gasataya, Majority Leader. You have some questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In line with your questioning, maybe we also ask how many Nigerian citizens are in the Philippines right now?
Thank you, Your Honor. The estimate, latest estimate is around 10,000, and there are those who are studying in universities and colleges here, particularly, Your Honor, in medical schools.
So that's a good sign that the Nigerian citizens value and think highly of our educational system, because majority of them coming here are taking up medicine and other courses that are worthy to be proud of. Is that correct?
That's right.
Why do you think that Nigerian citizens choose the Philippines as an area where they can attain good quality education?
The phenomenon, Your Honor, extends all the way back since we have established our diplomatic relations. So it was incremental. A few Nigerians, particularly those in the upper society, it was said that it was word of mouth, and then eventually build up people telling, okay, you study in the
So
Philippines.
the relationship, the diplomatic relations started around 1962, I think, no?
Yes,
And
Your Honor.
along that, since that time, they've been coming here to, get a good quality education. Is that true?
Yeah, mainly for education purposes.
I think we should credit that to, the ambassador and the diplomats who started the relations, and we had a good relations, no, in terms of education, because why will they choose Philippines as against other countries Why do you think?
Uh, Probably it's connected, Your Honor, to the observation that Nigerian life mirrors that of the Philippines. No? So here they can express, they're free to realize their potentials. But we have to also understand, Your Honor, that Nigeria is such a country with a big population, about 222 million, and we only have 10,000 here. So it really is a segment of the population that appreciate the situation in the Philippines.
Mr.
Uh,
Ambassador, Nigeria is a rich country, like the Philippines. However, there are a lot of their poverty is very high, but they're rich in oil and other minerals, just like our country. How would you promote a trade? Because this is one of the few countries that they think highly of our country and our people, and they come here to be get educated, and they hire professionals. As mentioned by Senator Jinggoy, the Filipinos in Nigeria are engineers, doctors, not the usual Filipinos we send abroad. So I think there is some advantage there. No, I think we can send more Filipinos there as professionals. Maybe you should encourage Filipino businessmen to go there, no? Is it safe to say that there's an opportunity there? Because most of the developed countries are looking at other areas, and I think Nigeria can be a good spot for Filipino investors and Filipinos in general. Is that correct?
That's right, Your Honor. In fact, we already have a mechanism for bilateral consultations precisely to promote bilateral trade and all the other areas. Uh, I understand that it was suspended because of the pandemic. And in fact, the Nigerian embassy in Manila just late last year uh, sent a business delegation to the Philippines. So on that note, Your Honor, we will build on that, reciprocate the initiative, organize a business.
Based on
delegation.
research, no, I was reading about Nigeria, and not much exports are being sent there from Philippines. But noteworthy is ang binibili nila sa atin is garments. Is it true?
Apparel, elements of apparel which pertains to garments. We have a slight trade disparity, about 3 million trade deficit with them,
Pesos or dollars?
dollars po, sir. So,
So they send more products here than us sending them. Is that
yeah, the export to us, but it's not really substantial
ano
amount.
ba in-export po ng Nigeria sa atin?
Well, they are a major producer of oil, of course, and elements of or ingredients of feeds for our poultry, because Nigeria is a top agricultural producer in West Africa. In particular, it's the #1 producer in the world of cassava and then peanuts. So ingredients of feeds for a variety of, well, animal husbandry.
Do we need to get a visa to go to Nigeria?
Right now, Your Honor, yes, because we have a pending proposal for a waiver of visas.
What
But
about Nigerians coming to the Philippines? Do they need to apply for a visa?
yes, they should apply for a visa. So if we conclude this proposed visa waiver agreement, it will start with holders of diplomatic and official.
Just for an intelligent discussion, no, nothing discriminatory for the purpose. But we also have reports that a lot of Nigerians are very good in IT, and globally in Asia, they are involved in a lot of IT scams, phishing. Is that correct?
We have received, of course, we have read reports about that, Your Honor. But we have to look into the situation that Nigeria is such a big country and a very young population at that. Of course, they are very into IT. And it's not unexpected that some of those who learn the skills of an IT will use it for some nefarious activities. So characteristics of a big country, there are many.
But there are Nigerians involved in phishing and other scams. I mean, nothing to discriminate, but because based on my research, most of the people in the immigration jail there are a lot of Nigerians. And they've been there for over 10, 15 years, Your Honor. And I understand that they would rather stay in the immigration jail than go back to Nigeria because the condition in the jail there are worse. Are you familiar with this situation, Mr. Ambassador?
Uh, yes, Your Honor, I've read about the conditions there, and it's really typical of a developing country. And
But I think you should they help decongest the jails, maybe work through diplomacy because we're spending government Philippine money just to, feed them and all, rather than us sending them back to where they uh, deport. I understand that they don't have lawyers and all intentionally so that the case will just hang and for them just to stay here. I think as an ambassador, it's incumbent upon you to work closely with the Nigerian government to identify how many of their citizens are here and possibly, hopefully, send them back to where their families are rather than them spending, clogging the jails in the immigration uh, and, spending decades here. What do you think of that?
yes, Your Honor, it's one area that we can look into with that information that we have from our Bureau of Immigration. We will look into that and work for the objective of course is to get them out and send them back to their country.
Lastly, just, for the record, is it safe in Nigeria for you to invite members of the CA to go there? Maybe you can invite the chairman.
Yes, Your Honor, because well, it's a country which is a geopolitical power in West Africa, and just like us, they have set protocols and security for visiting dignitaries. And if we have official delegations going to Nigeria, actually they host a lot because as a regional player, they're also active in the Interparliamentary Union. So I see no reason for international delegations to fear visiting Abuja.
So it's safe to say to visit Abuja as the capital, but what about the areas where the Burkina Faso or the revolution insurgents are? Would you go there?
In fact, the representations in our embassy in Abuja, Your Honor, are advised only to venture in selected areas where they conduct outreach consular services because there are areas which are unsafe for not even the locals, no? So we have to be discriminate in terms of the places that we visit. But in the administrative capital and the commercial capital of Lagos, of course, there are areas that are safe for
Thank you, Ambassador, for answering them. No, but I would like to commend you for accepting such. Is it considered a hardship post?
under our classification, Your Honor, it's a hardship post.
And for the information of the body and to those listening, why do you classify a country or an area hardship?
It's based on certain criteria, Your Honor. For example, one of which is the health conditions, because Nigeria, there are cases in Nigeria still of malaria, some water.
So would you say it's considered hardship because of health and
And all-
peace and order, security?
It's far from the Philippines, of course, and there are peace and order issues still, no? So it's something that we consider as a factor that make a post hardship. It's unlike when you're assigned in Hong Kong or in Seoul or in other places.
So when you're assigned there, will you bring your family with you?
In my case, Your Honor, not anymore because my spouse is also in the foreign service and is assigned.
Where is your spouse, Mr. Ambassador?
She's assigned in the Philippine mission to the UN in Geneva, Your Honor.
So you have a long distance relationship?
That's 2-hour flight away, Your Honor.
So will you be, for the record, will you say to the members of the CA as part of probing your integrity that even if your wife is 2 hours away, you will remain faithful and loyal to her?
There's no doubt, Your Honor.
On that note, Mr. Chair, I commend the Ambassador.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Before that, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Congresswoman Lani Mercado Revilla. Mr. Ambassador, what is the religion in Nigeria? Is it a predominantly Catholic country? No.
Uh, it's 53% Muslim, Your Honor,
Muslim.
40% Christianity, and the rest are indigenous faiths.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other members who wishes to ask questions to the nominee? Congresswoman Lani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all the members of this committee. Ambassador Melihor, you made mention that oil is a major product of Nigeria. I understand the president had met with Ambassador Folakemi Ibiduni during the 12th largest, which is, of course, we consider Nigeria as the 12th largest oil producer in the world. With the ongoing problems with the gasoline prices, is there a possibility that Nigeria can collaborate with the Philippines as far as the stabilization of oil prices are concerned?
Thank you, Your Honor, for the question. That's true. Nigeria is one of the top oil producers in the world. But to look at the picture, the extraction of oil in Nigeria is done by big multinational companies like BP, British Petroleum, Shell, the big players. So what they extract goes to the refineries of these big companies, which wholesale the products to other countries like the Philippines. So Nigeria by itself does not sell directly, but it's consigned by the big players. So perhaps because of course there's the element of government regulation, but that would be indirect, so to speak, in the realistic sense because of the fact that oil is extracted by multinational corporations. But of course, it's always good to discuss officially because they regulate the extraction. But in terms of the byproducts of refining, these are sent to us, sold to us by the big companies. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. How many Filipinos are there actually in your area of jurisdiction, Ambassador?
Yeah, in total of the 13 countries, Your Honor, that would be around 6,000 plus.
6,000. I understand there is an ongoing civil war in Burkina Faso. Is that correct?
Uh, there was a coup d'etat in Niger, just north of Nigeria, but it's not under the jurisdiction of the Philippine Embassy in Abuja. But even if that's the case, Your Honor, as we speak, the Philippine Embassy in Abuja is standing by for any call for assistance from Filipinos in Niger, because they're just neighbors. But the ongoing, it's not really a civil war, but there's a military takeover.
Okay.
Yeah. In Burkina Faso, there used to be also an Islamic insurgency, but along with that in Nigeria, it has dissipated because of lack of domestic support and a sustained military campaign by the countries in the Chad Lake area. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ambassador, I fully support your appointment to this particular post as the Philippine Ambassador to Nigeria. As a career officer of the DFA, I believe you have maintained the integrity and continuity of the foreign policy apparatus amidst shifts in government leadership. You stand as a testament to the power and commitment and expertise. We hope that through your ambassadorship, the Philippines can effectively maintain diplomatic relations with Nigeria. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Good
Thank you,
luck.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Congresswoman Lani Mercado Revilla. Since no other member wishes to ask question to the nominee, you're now excused. You can go back to your seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Second in line is Ambassador Philip Jones Luwilier.
Siya yung sa ano, di ba?
Good morning, Ambassador.
Yes, I am Philip Lulier, and it is my great honor and pleasure to be here today. The honorable distinguished members of the commission appointment. Good morning again to all of you.
Thank you, Ambassador. For the information of the body, Ambassador De Villiers has already been confirmed several months ago. He is here again to be reconfirmed because of the addition of the concurrent jurisdiction of the Principality of Andorra. I think the palace overlooked the concurrent jurisdiction of the Principality of Andorra. Okay, Senator Risa.
Point of clarification then, Mr. Chair. May I still ask the good ambassador some follow-up questions
Yes,
about
yes.
Spain and the Philippines?
All right, you have the
Salamat.
floor.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And good, very early morning, I think, Mr. Ambassador.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us so early in the morning, your time. Just a few questions, Mr. Ambassador. You have been appointed as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Spain since September 2016 and have served our country under 2 administrations. May the Commission please be informed about the remarkable partnership between Spain and the Philippines during your postings?
Yes, I'm very proud that the relationship between Spain and the Philippines is improving tremendously since the first day I arrived. Spain, I always said that what other things could I do to improve the relationship between the 2 countries? And I've done a lot of projects, by the way, concerning the trade and also concerning our Filipinos over there. I had a big chance of really improving the relationship of our kababayans over there, trying to improve their life. And I have still a lot of projects that I can talk to you for a long, long time. What else I need to do in Spain? One of the main concerns we have over there definitely is not the concern, the big advantage comparing to my other postings from I was posted in Italy and Portugal. The Filipinos in Spain are really loved by the Spaniards. And second thing I could say that I've been there for the past 7 years and there's been no problem with any Filipinos around. Even during the time of COVID time, we had only 8 persons that wanted to be repatriated compared to other parts of the world. So again, the relationship between Spain and the Philippines is very well. A lot of Filipinos are going to Spain to invest, and we have also a lot of companies in Spain that are coming now to the Philippines and doing their investments. So in short, I believe in the long run, the Philippines and Spain will definitely be improving more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Speaking of one of the many projects or processes that you've overseen, or rather, this was prior to your time, but I'd just like to ask for an update. The Philippines and Spain first signed a defense logistics cooperation in 1996. And then in November 2019, a bilateral defense cooperation agreement between the Philippines and Spain was also signed. The Memorandum of Agreement on Logistics, Defense Material, Armaments, and Defense Industry Cooperation is considered a measure to secure government-to-government transactions for defense articles procurement under the AFP Modernization Program. May we ask for an update on the progress of this agreement?
I believe it's going well. Like when I arrived in Spain, I never expected that Spain could produce good equipments for the Philippines. And regularly we have people from the Philippines, from the government, that have been going to Spain, try to negotiate for more items, what they could buy from Spain. Like I said, Spain will support definitely the Philippines, whatever we need. At the same time, the Philippines is very active, and I have a defense attaché based in my office in Madrid who is doing his part of the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Perhaps the Commission would appreciate something in writing, particularly from your defense attaché, just to instruct us on how we can legislatively and in the coming budget debates also continue to support the AFP modernization program.
Thank you very much. It's good.
Thank you, Ambassador. And then, similar to my question to Ambassador Melijo earlier, Mr. Ambassador, and again, speaking in general terms, and again, without disclosing information that would warrant an executive session, how do you plan to continue to build and continue to strengthen the international consensus in favor of our territorial claims over the West Philippine Sea, strengthen these in Spain and in the rest of the European Union?
What Ambassador Mears has said, I agree with what he said 100%. I believe that Spain and almost all Europe are supporting the Philippines 100%. So I believe whatever thing we could do more between the Philippines to support the Philippine claim and all those things, I believe we are on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And of course, I agree with you in that assessment or in that stand. Related to that, how can we get the other European countries, including Spain, to support or to express their opinion, hopefully positive opinion, about the Senate resolution to take more assertive diplomatic and political actions in various international fora, calling on the Chinese government to cease its harassment of Philippine vessels within our own EEZ in violation of the UNCLOS and in violation of the decision of the PCA in our country's favor?
Yes, I believe that most of the countries in Europe have definitely defended the Philippines all the way, and I believe that Spain would be doing the same thing right now. As you know, in Spain at this moment, there's really no government because of the last election, but I have been talking to several people before, and they always agree on supporting the Philippines, whatever the Philippines needs. I believe the relationship between the Philippines and Spain is more than ever the best right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And also for the reminder that tama po kayo, 16 members of the European Union also recently expressed their support for our country given the Hague ruling. And lastly, Mr. Ambassador, how do you think we might work with our allies and partners in Europe to possibly impose economic and diplomatic costs on the Chinese government for harassing our vessels in the West Philippine Sea? The most recent example, that action they took against us in Ayungin Shoal.
Yes, it's very difficult to say that in public, but I believe that they will be doing whatever others would be doing. They'll be following everybody in Europe right now. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hontiveros. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Ferge Piron. Any other members who wish to ask question to our ambassador to Spain?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Johnny Pimentel.
good morning, Ambassador. This representation interposes no objection to your nomination. In fact, I am fully supportive of your appointment. However, Mr. Ambassador, I was looking over the submitted documents and there are some deficiencies. There were documents that were found to be deficient. One, the NBI clearance expired on July 18, 2023. Two, the tax clearance expired on February 26, 2023. The Ombudsman clearance expired on 28 February 23. And more than that, the income tax return for fiscal year 2022 were also not submitted. And the SALN, the sworn statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth for 2022 was not also submitted. Mr. Chair, maybe the good ambassador could update deficient submission of documents so that we will have the proper records of the required documents. I believe that all nominees have to submit these requirements, so we would really appreciate if you could submit those updated documents. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You may respond, Ambassador.
Yeah, yes, definitely we will do. As can be seen that this is my confirmation letter to Andorra, which by mistake it should have been included in my 1 year ago when I was in the permission of appointment, but they made a mistake in the typing error. They wrote instead of Andorra, they wrote Canary Islands. As we know, Canary Islands is part of Spain. So definitely I will do all those requirements, and I will send as soon as possible. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman J.J. Romualdo and Congressman Gay Padiernos. Okay, any other members who wishes to ask questions or questions to the appointee? Okay, Ambassador Philip, you are now excused. Okay, may we proceed with the third nominee?
Yeah.
Online ba? Ano pangalan? Huh?
Solano.
Raquel Solano. Okay. Good morning.
Hi,
Do
good
you have any
morning.
opening statement, Madam?
I just would like to convey my felicitations to all the members of the Commission and Appointments on this occasion of the confirmation hearing. I look forward to
Okay,
getting
where
your
are you right
approval
now?
of my nomination.
Where are you right now?
Your Honor, I'm currently at the Philippine Consulate General here in San Francisco.
San Francisco. Di ba magulo na dyan?
Hindi naman po. Hindi
Ha?
naman po.
Sa
There are
downtown San
some,
Francisco?
there is, po,
Sa
I'm
downtown
sorry.
San Francisco. There are a lot of homeless there? Homeless
That's
people?
correct. That's correct, Your Honor. But the San Francisco government, including the state government of California, are doing their best. They're exerting efforts to address the homelessness, the opioid crisis, as well as um, the the problem regarding the criminality in the city.
Thank you. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like to ask, the nominee is currently assigned in San Francisco, but she's for an appointment as Chief of Mission Class 2. Will you be assigned in a different country or,
No, Your
or
Honor.
location?
No, Your Honor. It's just a promotion. It's not a nomination to any as ambassador to any country.
But you will remain in your post in San Francisco.
That's right, Your Honor.
Yung ano lang, no, the safety of Filipinos there, just to follow up on Senator Jinggoy, we read a lot of news and I see it on TV. A lot of looting in San Francisco. Meron pa yung the one I saw earlier, if it's somebody robbed a Gucci store in a Bloomingdale's. Is that in San Francisco?
Well, we received this report of a robbing and even a robbing at gunpoint in Livermore, but just like in any city.
You're saying, Madam, that San Francisco is like any other city. I beg to disagree, because it's only San Francisco where their mayor declared, I think, this type of crime as only a misdemeanor. No, in other states, it's not a misdemeanor when you steal or rob a retail store. It's a crime. That's why in San Francisco, there are certain groups there who are encouraged to go in groceries, get food. In fact, one of the stores there, Whole Foods, closed down because of intense robberies. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. We have very liberal laws here in San Francisco. But when I said that just like any other city, there are crimes that are committed by the constituents.
Are you from Bicol, madam?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm from the province of Albay. From
Ah.
my hometown is Was Albay.
Tatao ka mag-Bicol?
Tatao po.
Taga-sain ka po sa Bicol?
Sa UWAS po ako. I
On
was
that note,
born in-
Bicolana, no more further question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you smile a little bit, Rachel? Parang parang hindi ka kontento. Matubid ka sa ngiti.
Masaya po ako.
Okay.
Thank you.
Masaya na po
Mr.
yung ganyan.
Chair.
Senator Risa,
Mr. Chair, sorry lang, yung,
yes.
yung lagay na yun, masaya na siya.
ganyan ba mga Bicolana? Senator Risa,
Mr. Chair.
before that, I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr.
I'd like to
Chair.
acknowledge the presence of Senator Francis Tolentino. Please proceed.
No, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to put in the very quick personal note that I had the pleasure of meeting Deputy Congen Solano a month ago or 2 months ago in San Francisco together with our very capable Congen there. And nakita ko po sa aming breakfast meeting, palangiti naman po siya.
Ah.
So,
Okay.
advance congratulations, ma'am. Nice to see you po.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Any other members who wishes to ask questions? Senator
Siguro,
Francis?
ma'am, isang question lang.
Sige po.
Just to clarify, I raised this point during the recent Committee on National Defense hearing presided over by Senator Jingo Estrada. Are you aware of the reason why the United States stopped sending military cadets as exchange students to the Philippine Military Academy? It stopped since 2008, and the point that I raised during the committee hearing was, in lieu of that, we have now been sending military official students to the Beijing Military Academy. May alam ka ba rito sa posting mo? Kasi marami tayong kadete noon na galing sa California, Americans, enrolled at the Philippine Military Academy. May alam ka rito? Kung wala naman, just say mabalos. Okay na sa akin yun.
Mabalos po. I'm sorry, I'm not privy to any information regarding that, Your Honor.
Is
But
there
I can
a
with our
Philippine
embassy in
military
Washington.
attaché assigned to your post?
There is a police attaché or representative that's based in Los Angeles, and we have a defense attaché based in Washington, D.C., but not
Perhaps
in San
you can-
Francisco. We have none here.
You can ask, not probably today, but in the near future, and just send this committee or this representation a clear-cut answer why that practice was stopped.
I will do that, Your Honor.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Congresswoman Lani?
Yes, magandang umaga dito sa Pilipinas at magandang gabi yata dyan sa inyo sa San Francisco. Ad interim for our soon to be promoted employee from the DFA. Ma'am, ilang Pilipino ang under your jurisdiction po dyan sa San Francisco?
Meron po tayong 1.3 million Filipinos under our jurisdiction. We have 10 states under our jurisdiction, and these are mostly in the Pacific Northwest of the United States.
I understand you cover Northern and Central California, Northern Nevada, states of Washington, Oregon, Montana, Colorado, Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, and Alaska. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
What are the common problems that our Filipinos encounter in that particular point of jurisdiction, ma'am?
Well, the problems vary according to states, but mostly here in the Bay Area, the problems that the Filipino nationals usually have referred to those, have to do with their immigration status, those who are undocumented or have overstayed their visas. They also have problems regarding their employment, especially those who are in the care home industry. simply because most of them are undocumented workers.
So, has your particular office assisted them, assisted our fellow Filipinos in that manner, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor, we do provide assistance and services to the Filipino nationals in distress in our area of jurisdiction, subject, of course, to availability of funds and the guidelines that are established by the Department of Foreign Affairs.
If you wish to improve your services there, what are the things that you wish to ask for in order to improve the services?
Um, Previously, Your Honor, we used to have, well, last year, we conducted 10 consular outreach missions, but this year we only had 4 because of budget constraints. So we would greatly appreciate it if budget is free, and of course the different Philippine Foreign Service posts would be increased to enable us to provide consular services to the people in our jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. Well noted, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, ma'am, and good luck.
Thank you, Congresswoman Lani. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Chiquiting, Sir Garbaria. Okay, any other members who wishes to propound questions? Okay, Congressman Guico is now recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I convey my full support for the confirmation of the 3 officials under the Department of Foreign Affairs, namely Ms. Raquel Rayel Solano, Chief Mission Class 2, Ambassador Philip Jones Luwilier, Mr. Mersoli Milihor, Chief of Mission Class 2. They have proven themselves before the Commission to be exemplary professionals in their field and as public servants with genuine talent, grit, and compassion. As such, let me reiterate my full support for their confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Guico. If there are no more inquiries or clarifications from the members, the majority floor leader is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee recommend to the plenary for the commission to give its consent to the nominations and to confirm the ad interim appointment of the 3 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs as listed in the agenda. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There is a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to give its consent to the nominations and to confirm the interim appointment of the 3 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs, namely Ambassador Philip Jones Luwilier, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Spain, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Principality of Andorra, with the salary and emoluments of Chief of Mission Class 1. Number 2, Mersole Hala Mellejor, Chief of Mission Class 2, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Benin, Burkina Faso, the Republic of Cameroon, the Central African Republic, the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, the Gabonese Republic, the Republic of the Gambia, the Republic of Ghana, the Republic of Liberia, the Republic of Sierra Leone, and the Togolese Republic. And lastly, the ad interim appointment of Raquel Rayel Solano, Chief of Mission Class 2. Are there any objection? Hearing none, the nominations and ad interim appointment of the 3 aforementioned nominees and appointee of the Department of Foreign Affairs are hereby recommended to the plenary session for the Commission on Appointments to give its consent to the nominations and to confirm the ad interim appointment. Okay, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
On the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, Congressman El Rey Villaferte and Julius Conde, there being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned.
Thank you.
Very first plenary session of the Commission on Appointments on the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. We'd like to recognize Senator, a distinguished colleague from the province of Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino, to lead the chamber in prayer.
Most gracious and loving God, we praise you for the gift of this day. We thank you for your blessings of life and health, for bringing us together safely to this chamber, the Commission on Appointments, for joining our minds and spirits as we work for the ultimate good of this nation and our people. We acknowledge that you are the source of all good things and that your divine intervention always leads to the achievement of great and wondrous feats. We come before you today in all humility and with meekness, asking for your guidance as we collectively search for new partners in the public service, the Department of Foreign Affairs, those who will righteously and effectively lead, who will serve the Filipino people with utmost dedication and commitment to public good, and those who will be instruments of positive change, progress, and peace. We lift them up to you, Lord God, and ask you to bless them and inspire them to work and serve with honor, dignity, integrity, and passion. May they be just, compassionate, humble, courageous, steadfast, and faith-filled as they work for the achievement of our shared goals in the fulfillment of your holy will. Above all else, our most loving God, we seek to honor and glorify you as we lead and serve our people. Grant us the wisdom and discernment. Unite us in mind and spirit as we all work for the good of the people and the nation. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiging kalas ng silanganan, alam na puso, sa ganti mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tulang ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulubi, di ka masisihil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislat ng watawan mo'y tagumpay na nagninilig, ang bituin ng araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw, daluwalhating pagsinta, buhay ang langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya dapat may mga aping, ang mamatay lang dahil sa'yo.
Secretary, please call the roll call of members.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments: Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Virginel G. Biron, Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Francis Chis G. Escudero, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Albert S. Garcia, Greg G. Gasataya, Christopher Bong T. Go, Ramon N. Guico Jr., Risa Ontiveros, Loren Legarda, Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Rodante D. Marcoleta, Aimee R. Marcos, Lani Mercado Revilla, Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Johnny T. Pimentel, Grace Po, Jordin Jesus M. Romualdo, Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr., Cynthia A. Villar. The chairperson is present.
With 19 present in person and 1 present online, we have 20 members. The chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the journal of the plenary session held on May 31, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There be no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader. The motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the nominations and ad interim appointment of 3 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Leader, motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, ladies and gentlemen, this representation as chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs has the distinct privilege to sponsor the nominations and ad interim appointment of 3 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Your Committee on Foreign Affairs conducted this morning the very first public hearing of the Commission on Appointments for the second regular session to deliberate on their personal merits, during which we found all our appointees to be fit and qualified and ruled to endorse them to the plenary for the approval of this august body. The DFA celebrated last July 19 its 125th anniversary, equivalent to the number of years of Philippine independence. The DFA as an institution has endured for more than a century, as it has accomplished many important legacies which immensely benefited the nation and the Filipino people. In his message during the agency's quinquacentennial celebration, President Marcos showed his appreciation for the, if I may quote, difficult, sometimes extremely complicated, and always quiet work that they do. Its exemplary performance throughout the years is made possible and carried out by the commitment, professionalism, and competence of the men and women of the DFA, 3 of which are optimistic that they will get this body's confirmation. Distinguished colleagues, I respectfully recommend that this body give its consent to the nominations of 2 ambassadors, namely Philip Jones Luvillier, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Spain, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Principality of Andorra, with a salary and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 1. Our nominee devoted 23 years to Philippine Foreign Service, who represented our country as the longest-serving ambassador to the Italian Republic for 11 years, from 1999 to 2010, and as ambassador to the Portuguese Republic from 2012 to 2016. He is our ambassador to Spain since September 2016. He is highly reputed for being one of the most prominent entrepreneurs and philanthropists in the Philippines. Number 2, Mersole Hala Mellejor, Chief of Mission Class 2, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Benin, Burkina Faso, the Republic of Cameroon, the Central African Republic, the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, the Gabonese Republic, the Republic of the Gambia, the Republic of Ghana, the Republic of Liberia, the Republic of Sierra Leone, and the Togolese Republic. He serves as the Executive Director and Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Human Resources Management Office, here in the Home Office since January of 2021. Prior to this, he was posted as Consul at the Philippine Consulate General in Milan, Italy, from 2017 to 2020, and assumed important posts in Philippine embassies in Singapore and in Prague, Czech Republic. The native from Bohol started his career in the DFA in 2002 and has since dedicated 21 years in the Foreign Service and named an outstanding employee of the DFA twice. Likewise, dear colleagues, I recommend that this body confirm the ad interim appointment and promotion of Ms. Raquel Rayel Solano to the rank of Chief of Mission Class 2. She presently serves as Deputy Consul General in Philippine Consulate General in San Francisco, California, United States of America, a post she held since 2018. In the Home Office, she served as Executive Director of the Office of the United Nations and other international organizations. Previously, she was deployed in various overseas posts, including the Philippine embassies in Manama, Bahrain, and in Doha, Qatar, and in the Philippine Consulate General in Agana, Guam. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other nominees?
Mr. Chair, before we up on the
recommendations?
motion, there are a number of members of the commission who would like to deliver their seconding speeches. I would like to manifest that Congressman Padiernos, Congressman Johnny Pimentel would like to incorporate their seconding speech in the journal of today's plenary session. And the following members would like to deliver their seconding speech personally. May we now recognize Congressman Chiquiting Sagarbaria.
Yes, Congressman Sagarbaria is recognized.
Thank you very much, Majo. Mr. Chair, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. I stand before this august body to express my full and unwavering support to the confirmation of Mr. Philip Jones Lulier as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Spain, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Principality of Andorra, with a salary and emoluments of a Chief of Justice Class 1. I have expressed my support to the good ambassador when he was appointed and confirmed as Ambassador of the Kingdom of Spain last year. Mr. Ambassador, you have my 100% support always. On a personal note, I would like to thank Ambassador Philip for a warm welcome extended to me and my family when we visited the embassy in Spain last June. We felt like we were in the Philippines because of your hospitality. My only wish to DFA Secretary Manalo, and of course to Ambassador Philip, kindly change your aircon in the embassy. They were not working, it was very hot. Mr. Chair and my fellow members of this commission, I hereby second the motion for the confirmation of the appointment of my dear friend, Mr. Philip Jones Lulier, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Spain with the concurrent jurisdiction over the Principality of Andorra and the salary and emoluments of a Chief of Missions Class 1. Mr. Ambassador, muchas gracias. To Mr. Raquel Rey Solano, to Ms. Raquel Rey Solano, Chief of Mission Class 2, and to Ambassador Mersole J. Meliojor, a fellow Silimanian, you have my support as well. So move, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Congressman Sagarbaria.
Mr. Chair, I would like also to manifest that Congressman Abet Garcia would like to incorporate his support, seconding speech in the journal of today's plenary session. So may we now recognize Congressman, our chairman in the House contingent, Congressman Mongico, to give his seconding speech.
Our distinguished co-chair of the Commission on Appointments, Congressman Monchingwico, is recognized.
Thank you, Majo. Mr. Chair, I hereby signify my support for the confirmation of the following three officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs. First, Ambassador Philip Jones Lulier. Second, Mr. Mersole Meliojor, Chief of Mission, Class 2. And third, Ms. Raquel Rayel Solano, Chief of Mission, Class 2. They have been found to possess the requisite professional experience and history of exemplary public service to merit the approval of the Commission of Appointments. We can expect them to continue serving the country with much skill and ardor, which of course will surely benefit the Filipino people. Considering this, I hereby second the confirmation of these three officials to their respective appointments under the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Congressman Grico.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congresswoman Lani Mercado Revilla.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Cavite, Congressman Revilla, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues of this commission. This representation supports the motion that we affirm the nomination of Ambassador Philip Jones Lulier as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Spain with concurrent jurisdiction over the Principality of Andorra, with the salary and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 1. First and foremost, Ambassador Lulier is more than just the name of the popular pawn shop. He is a true polymath who has excelled in multiple domains. As a seasoned diplomat, he has a wealth of experience, having served as Philippine ambassador to Italy, Portugal, and Spain, fostering strong diplomatic ties, promoting goodwill between nations, and building a good relationship with Filipinos overseas. His diplomatic efforts have been recognized and celebrated internationally, as evidenced most especially by the prestigious Ordine della Stella della Solidarietà Italiana Award, conferred on him by the government of the Republic of Italy. Beyond his diplomatic achievements, Ambassador Lurier's success in the business realm is truly commendable. His dedication to managing and expanding the empire built by his father, Honorary French Consul Henry Lullier, is a testament to his entrepreneurial acumen. Given the critical importance of maintaining strong relations with Spain, we need an experienced and skilled individual at the helm. Ambassador Lullier's track record of diplomatic success and his profound understanding of international affairs make him the perfect choice for the role. Lastly, and more importantly, his charitable nature set a shining example for all. Likewise, I wholeheartedly support the ad interim appointments of Ambassador Mersol Halya Melyahor, Chief of Missions Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Federal Republic of Nigeria with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Benin et al., and Raquel R. Solano to the rank of Chief of Missions Class 2, Department of Foreign Affairs. Their dedication to the Philippines' diplomatic affairs is unmatched, having spent years navigating the complex world of foreign policy. As career officers of the DFA, they have maintained the integrity and continuity of the foreign policy apparatus amidst shifts in government leadership. They stand as a testament to the power of commitment and expertise. Honorables Lullier, Melyahor, and Solano, may you continue to advance our country's interests and promote dialogue and understanding on the global stage. God bless all the works of your hands. God bless the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Bongo to give his seconding speech.
Our distinguished colleague from Davao, Senator Bongo, is recognized.
Davao and Batangas,
I
Mr.
forgot.
Chair.
Sorry, Batangas din po.
Mr. Chair, allow me to second the motion for the confirmation of the 3 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs whose appointments will be confirmed and will be given consent to before us today. Let me make of record my full support for the nomination of Ambassador Philip Jones Luiller as Ambassador of the Republic of the Philippines to the Kingdom of Spain with a concurrent jurisdiction over the Principality of Andorra. Ambassador Luiller also held the position of Ambassador to Italy, in which he was a recipient of the Order of the Star of Italian Solidarity from the Government of Italy, the highest award given by the Government of Italy to foreigners for his significant contributions in fostering goodwill between the Italy and the Philippines. Such commendation only proves his reputation as a distinguished diplomat who serves with the highest degree of professionalism and integrity. Isa rin pong Bisaya si Ambassador Luiller. Further, I also support the nomination of Ambassador Mersol Jala Melyahor as Ambassador to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ito po ay isang Bolanon at Bisaya rin at kilalang masipag na lingkod bayan. Kaya naman po ako ay naniniwala na buong usay niya pong gagampanan ang mandatong ipinagkaloob po sa kanya. And also to the ad interim appointment of Raquel Solano as Chief of Mission Class 2, who is well regarded for her exemplary work ethic and unwavering commitment to her profession. Sa atin pong mga DFA officials, ang pakiusap ko lang po sa inyo ay in the fulfillment of your duties, endeavor to exert utmost effort, employing all available means at your disposal to safeguard and champion the rights of well-being of our OFWs residing beyond our shores. Dapat po'y bukas ang ating opisina sa kanila, lalong-lalo na po sa panahon po ng kanilang pangangailangan. Dahil malayo sila sa kanilang pamilya. It is imperative that our modern-day heroes are always granted direct communication channels to each and every one of you. Bilang extension po kayo ng gobyerno as a host country and as head of post, kaya dapat tayo ay laging handa at walang pinipiling oras. With that, once again, I would like to extend my full support to each and every one of you for your unparalleled service to the Filipino nation and our people, and for continuously ensuring the preservation of our national interests. Congratulations po to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may we reiterate the earlier motion for the Commission to give its consent to the nominations and confirm the ad interim appointment of the aforementioned 3 officials in Department of Foreign Affairs, with special mention to Raquel Rayel Solano, who is a Bicolana. So on the part of the majority, Mr. Chair, I so move.
Mr. Chair, on the part of the minority, we support the nomination and ad interim appointment of 3 officials in the DFA, namely Philip Choins-Lueller, Mersoli Milejor, and Raquel Solano.
Yes, it is nice to have Ambassador Philip Lulier with us again. I know we missed out on Andorra, and I'm glad we're including Andorra as his scope of work as ambassador to Spain. It's always good to see him. His son is like a brother to me. So we're happy to be able to accommodate Ambassador Lulier, as well as Ambassador Melejor, whose family comes from Bohol. His mother is a Hala. One of my colleagues in Congress was Congressman Hala, I think also a relative of the good ambassador. And of course to the other appointee, lady appointee, who is now based in the San Francisco, si Ma'am Raquel Solano. So without further ado, there being no objection to the motions of the majority leader, together with the minority leader's full support, the Commission hereby gives its consent to the nominations and confirms the ad interim appointment of the aforementioned 3 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Yes. So other matters, Your Honor? If I
Mr.
may?
Chair, there being no other matters to discuss.
I have just one matter, if it's okay with the majority and the minority leaders. On the issue of face-to-face meetings, as you know, the House, as I know already, that the House has already done everything face-to-face. Your Speaker, Speaker Martin, has already announced that the House will be having face-to-face sessions, not only in the plenary but also in committee level, as well as we have been doing that as well in the Senate. We're holding face-to-face meetings already. May I propose that for the next hearings of the Commission appointments, that we also do face-to-face, go back to face-to-face hearings and meetings. So there being hopefully no objections from our colleagues.
Mr. Chair, on the part of the House contingent, we support that decision of having continued face-to-face hearings and sessions.
Except for case-to-case basis. Let's say if our colleague is actually sick or has COVID, God forbid, we can accept them to do online. But as a policy now, it will be more of the general rule that we go back to face-to-face. So thank you very much, Majority Leader. Thank you, my dear colleagues. With that, there being no objection, what is the motion?
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn.
There being no objection to the motion, the chair declares the session being adjourned. Thank you very much.